All right. Hello, greetings and welcome in, everyone. Hi. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in. We are here. We're here for day 30. Day 30. Can you already believe it? Technically, it means we've been at it for more than a month because I haven't been streaming every single day, but that's practically a month of Donothon. Crazy. I hope that Wednesday has been treating everyone kindly and that we're all surviving. I hope we're doing good. You know, I think it would help if I maybe just did this one last little thing. Yeah, okay. Sorted. Okay. We are here. I hope everyone had a very good Wednesday. My day was a little bit weird on the usual Harrier chaos scale. And now I've got a cat trying to rip up my carpets, but it's fine. My day was definitely interesting in the sense that it all started with really poor quality sleep, which was a persistent theme through both first and second sleeps this day. But we will survive that. Did a whole bit of admin stuff for things. Did a little bit of additional work on Teo's rig. A little bit of extra work on Teo's rig. I was finally imported the eye layers finished for that and did that bit of rigging. Actually, I imported all of the facial art pieces for Teo's rig. Calyx, congratulations on day 30. Thank you so much. Thank you. We are very close to the end of this thing. We're very close to the end of this thing. Here is to hoping that we will achieve the goal soon. Can you believe how fast it went by? It has definitely been a wild month. I can't believe I started this thing on the 11th of August. It's already 24th of September. It's insane. Here we are. We are here. It's mad. It's mad. Events like this really show off just how quickly time disappears into the ether, because it's simultaneously been incredibly fast and felt a little bit painfully slow in the weirdest way possible. And yeah, it's things like that that really just highlight the passage of time and make it glaringly obvious that sure, the clock, she is ticking. She is very much ticking. But as I believe you can probably hear in the background, we are playing Final Fantasy XIV today. And if I am not mistaken, we are on our way back to Gridania to go and make preparations to fight an angry bird lady. As they say in my favorite movie, time waits for no one. Indeed. That is a very appropriate quote. Very appropriate quote. So Your time is not promised to you, and therefore you need to make it count. The girl who left through time. Interesting. Interesting. It is definitely a very appropriate quote. We need to make the most of our time, right? It is not, in fact, promised to us. So, that being said, we should probably get into the thing, right? We should probably get into the thing. I am, for anyone who is coming in fresh and hasn't got the foggiest what's going on, I am presently in the early stages of a fresh playthrough of A Realm Reborn on a free trial account, trying to basically do a completionist run of all of the free trial content. In a nutshell, that's what we're attempting to do. So with that being the case, we started with the Marauder class, and we have not touched anything else at this point. I've done Marauder class quests, and I've done MSQ. I have not touched a single side quest at all, because I want to use those for leveling additional classes. I've unlocked the Lancer through the first dialogue piece, but I have not actually done anything with it yet. Because that is the second class that I'm going to, I think, really focus on. But I'm thinking, should I do that, or should I level my crafting classes first? I'm thinking I should actually go power through Marauder, then start leveling crafting classes, so that I can make what I need for all of the other classes afterwards. I think that's probably going to be the wiser order of operations. Probably. We shall see. All of that being said, let us dive right in. Yeah? Let's go! Hello, Raptor dear. 21 players in the queue. Okay, he's fine. But yes, how has everyone's Wednesday been treating you thus far? Jaxai, hello. Weez, I'll be looking. My Wednesday's been chill. A nice chill day is always nice. A chill day is always nice. So we're going to be doing a lot of yapping today because it's voice acting practice. I'm definitely at the halfway mark going to need to top up my water again because I'm going to probably be hydrating more frequently than usual. Okay. Close and close. Okay. So, yes, if I remember correctly, the last dialogue that happened was, we'd just come back from, dealing with whatchamacallit, that was picking on the sylphs, and determined that Ramu was not going to be a problem in the immediate future. And the target had been set that the next primal in the queue to be checked up on was probably going to be Garuda. So let us hear what Minfilia has to say, and let's see if I can remember what her voice sounds like, right? Let's see if I can remember what her voice sounds like. Oh yeah, I forgot to change my microphone. Hopefully, microphone settings back. Whoopsie. How do you spell Garuda? Golf Alpha Romeo Uniform Delta Alpha. Yeah. So you were mostly right. It was just the Yankee was supposed to be an alpha. Okay, yeah. Let's see what Minfilia has to say. I'm afraid there is no whist for the weary, Raptor. We must delve further into the motivations of the masked man, the Ascian known as La Hebrea. This is an ideal moment to do so, while our hands are not bound dealing with another primal. At present, we know little and less about the Ascians, only that destruction follows in their wake. I should not be surprised if these beings are behind the chaos that racks the realm. If my fears prove to be reality, we must do all in our power to stop them. Earlier, I sent word to each Grand Company to solicit cooperation. The Immortal Flames responded to the effect that have information on a potential sighting. This is intelligence that we can ill afford to ignore. Go speak with Flame Commander Swift at the Hall of Flames in Uldar to inquire further. How you go about the investigation thereafter, I leave wholly in your discretion. But whatever you do, never forget that we are dealing with the unknown. You cannot take too many precautions. Be safe, Raptor. Okay. Clinkety clink, the armor clinky sounds. Let us go to Uldar. I think that takes me to Redania at the moment. Let's go straight to Uldar. Alright, and there's the exit. Oh, it's raining. Oh no, it's just the fountain. I keep forgetting that exists there. But alright, let's speak with Swift. The Masked Man. Ah, you've come on the behalf of the Scions, of course. Yes, as we've already relayed to Lady Minfilia, there has been a sighting of this rogue near Eastern Thanolin. A brass blade stationed at Highbridge described him in detail when he alerted us to suspicious activity. I would point to the witness, but I'm afraid he died not 2 days ago, slayed by a marauding horde of Kickern. Fate can be a cruel mistress. But do not be too quick to despair. Being situated on a trade route, Highbridge sees its fair share of travellers. Folk are always coming and going, and some among them may well have caught a glimpse of your target. You could do worse than to speak with a merchant named Hihibaru. The fellow's always starved for customers, and he'd no doubt welcome your attention, whether or not you have coin or the mind to spend it. Alright. Fellow bird-named person. Okay, to Highbridge. But first what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to this thing. Just needed to move my basket so that I have not got the thing holding it against my desk right underneath my mouse. Let's go register as favored destination. Yes. So now it should be slightly cheaper. Highbridge. I have not yet got attuned. So where is Highbridge? I forget where Highbridge lives. Alright, that's Lanosia. I'm looking for Fanelin. Blue Fog. Bedlami. Forgotten Springs. Horizon. Where is it? I forget. Okay. So then I'm going east-northeast. Then I'm going east-northeast. Gotcha! We'll summon Harrier and have a run across Fanelin. And here it is thoroughly raining. Okay. And here we go. There's the person we need to talk to and dismount. Hihibaru. Let's see. Welcome to Highbridge, adventurer. Whatever you seek, I, Hihibaru, can provide it. Probably. You're after a masked man? I'm not sure I have one of those in stock. Oh, you're after a masked man. Why didn't you say so sooner? Such an individual might have featured in one of the many rumors I've heard. If you linger a while, mayhap you'll learn a thing or two, eh? Alright. Let's see. What do I get? Pink dye that I'm probably not going to use. Okay. When the Order of Null Thal began excavating the ruins below, I had hopes that Highbridge would turn into a bustling hub for pilgrims. but thanks to the nigh-endless beastman raids, folk got too afraid to come within a mile of here. I sold everything I owned to get my venture started, and I'm loath to give up without making an earnest effort to stick it out. But if things keep going as they are, I'll be bankrupt before the moon is through. Whining won't do me any good, though. No. For my business to survive, I need business. Speaking of which, perhaps you'd like to browse my wares and spend a bit of coin to help a struggling merchant? The masked man. I'll take your bloody masked man. I know what I said before, but vague rumors are all I've got. If you want to know about him, go and ask the other merchants. I shall do just that. Aye, I've heard tell of the masked devil. Seems he's been appearing not only around Highbridge, but elsewhere about Fenland too. Enough folk have reported seeing him to convince me he's more than a figment of the imagination, but little is known about him otherwise. And what does this guy have to say? On the trail of a masked man. I've heard of him, but only in hushed tones and faint whispers. It's said he wears a black hooded robe and looks right suspicious. And that's about all I can say, little though it is. Have I seen a masked man wearing a dark robe? No, I haven't. Nor do I wish to. Business is bad enough without shady characters lurking around. Folk have been giving Highbridge a wide berth because of all the Kickern raids. None but the most devout of pilgrims are willing to come here anymore. Judging by your expression, I take it you didn't learn much of use. Look, I'm sorry for my rudeness earlier. It's just that things are tough for us merchants at the moment. The Kickern raids are so constant, so organized. We're beginning to suspect that someone is orchestrating it all. I tend to put my own welfare first, like most of us do, but that doesn't mean I'm a bad person. I promise to keep an eye out for your masked man. If I see or hear anything, you'll be the first to know. I finally got some honest-to-God's information on your masked man. Why so confident? Because I saw him with my own 2 eyes. I was out for an evening stroll, minding my own business, when I noticed a column of smoke rising from a cliff over at Thal's Respite. Curious, I took myself there to find the masked man. Your masked man, I'm sure of it, standing by a fire. And, as if in answer, some Kickern appeared soon after, and the group began talking at length. I'm afraid I was too far out of earshot to hear much of anything. After the group had dispersed, an idea came to me. If you were to use this smouldering coal to start a fire, you might be able to arrange a similar meeting. It'll be dangerous, I shouldn't doubt, but you've proven yourself more than a match for a pack of rats. So, what do you think? There's some sound, reliable information, even if I do say so myself. Well, with all of the lingering about you've been doing, wouldn't you say? Well, thanks for that. It's not too far, but let's get there quickly, I think. Hunting log. I don't know when I'm gonna get here again. Let me just dismount. I don't know which hunting log that belonged to, but I'll take it. Same with that one. Grab you. And like that should do it. Okay. And that was the Marauder hunting log. Okay, and that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let us take a sip. May I just comment that this name for this creature is most appropriate. Verbal. Tis literally a bundle of cottony fluff. It is a furble. It's such a cute pun. Well done. Well done, devs. Okay, and then this is also Marauder. Okay. One more axe beak, and then that'll be that hunting log. Entry sorted as well. Summon you. And nice, we got the level while we were at it. Coolio. Alright. use the thing. There we go. And that does the trick. And let's head back. Okay. Back so soon? Were you able to find any clues leading to your masked man? Scroll! It bears a prayer to Ralgar, the Destroyer. In case you're unfamiliar, Ralgar is the guardian deity of Alamigo, which is currently under Garlean rule. It's highly uncommon for folk of other nations to revere him. I'd wager my last guild that your assailant was Alamigan. It seems this masked man of yours is very well connected. I must confess, the merchant in me envies such a diverse network of contacts. That self-same merchant also senses danger ahead, and darkness besides. Are you certain you'd rather not take things nice and slow here at Highbridge? Thank you for your concern, Hihibaru. Okay, so I was completely wrong. Before Garuda is the Alamigo arc. Oi. Okay. The Alamigan bandit you had a run-in with was somehow connected with your masked man of mystery. So it stands to reason that if you want to pick the trail up again, you should head towards Little Alamigo, over in southern Thanalin. Just so you know what to expect, the settlement is the favoured destination for those refugees who couldn't, well, adapt to life in Uldar. The hearts and denizens are said to be as barren as the wasteland they live in, and for all intents and purposes, it's a lawless place. Be prepared for a not-so-warm welcome. Now, I'm not certain how much help she'll be, but it just so happens I have a daughter who has relocated to Little Alamigo. Her name is Hihira, and it shouldn't be hard to seek her out. And while you have your attention, I'd be obliged if you could send my love. Not a day goes by that I don't think of her. I suppose this is it then. I'd hoped that you would linger a while, cull some fiends, spend some coin, what have you. But something tells me you're destined for greater things. Wherever it is you end up, I wish you the best. Alright, thank you, Hihibaru. Greatly appreciated. I'm gonna keep getting distracted by this. I think before I continue the Uldar arc here, I am going to... cancel that. I do not want to spend 539 gil. That's way expensive. All of these are expensive. Okay. Scratch that, we're going to Little Alamigo. Which means we are headed due south. I will complete the last of the Marauder class quests. I don't know. I'm feeling doubtful. The Alamigo arc, I remember being something that takes a little while, so I'm gonna see if I can finish. I'm gonna see if I can finish the Marauder quests, and then I will come back to Little Alamigo. It's a lot of gil, but methinks it'll be worth it to just not have that distracting me. We're in zone. Let's see, what does the man have to say? Oh, this is a level 30 quest? Ooh. Ah, Raptor. Just the man I was hoping to see. It is plain as day that you've no equal in our guild, and I've a task that I'd entrust to no ordinary marauder. To wit, I just received a message from an old comrade in arms of mine who now serves as a guardsman in Costa del Sol. It would seem the fighting's grown fierce in these parts, and he finds himself in dire need of reinforcements. Mind you, this man is no white-levered whelp. He can wield an axe with the best of them, as is evidenced by Master Gegeruju's paying a good coin for the service of he and his men. No, any enemy who could fluster that bunch is not one to be trifled with. I've sent Solquib on ahead to tend to the wounded. Seek her out upon your arrival, and she'll apprise you of the situation at hand. Ew. Okay, well, that's giving me a good excuse to go to Costa del Sol. Costa del Sol, I have been meaning to attune to your etherite. Wahahaha. Where is my nearest attuned? Bronze Lake? That's... whereas that is... Yeah, Bronze Lake is going to be the shortest distance as the crow flies. And I'll actually be able to attune to 2 places along the way. Now, due south. Map. and due east. Okay. Finally unlocked Eastern Lenosia. Woohoo! I do actually need to go past there to get to the dock, so I'm going to make the stop. And get my attunement in. Hello, Wineport. And there is our ferry. Not that person. Wait. Really? How did I manage to completely miss the correct terrain? There we go. Skill issue, man. It's real. We're going to Hidden Falls. Are you coming along? Yes, we are indeed. I believe that is... Gonna just get us around here, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. And over there is Costa del Sol. The seaside resort. Whose annual summer event I completely missed. Izuki. Alright, now, here's Sulquib. Raptor! Ever the sight for sore eyes. A nasty bale of turtles has been preying on this area of late, snapping and gnashing at everything in sight. Why, even the best men that Master Gigaruju could buy find themselves no match for the creatures. Word has it that the beasts have been sighted swimming in from the lightly guarded northern shore. I would send you there to investigate the cause behind their burgeoning numbers. Okay. Straightforward. I love a good beach vibe. Yeah. That's not far. Okay. Burgeoning as a sellsword? Swell word. Ah, bleh. I know I can't read, but yipes, that was worse than I anticipated. Yeah, the vocabulary use in the dialogue in this game is very, very entertaining. Whoa. I can see why people have been snapped at by those turtles. So it's 40 degrees outside. Please remove your fur boots. Yeah, I at the moment cannot speak for beach where my glamours are not up to spec. Ack. Aye. Sulquib, what are you doing over there? Why are you standing so close? A conjurer should not be standing right underneath the things that are attacking. 7 hells, there's no end to them! Prepare to fall back! I'll see to the shellbacks! You whelps just tried to not end as up as turtle grub. Those are very green eyes. That axe! I've not seen its like in... Raptor, we must do what we can. Okay. There we go. Oh my word. There were so many of these guys. Alright. That sorts that lot out. That should send them scuttling back to their nests. You can call me Curious George. One remark about the name, and I'll rip your ugly heads from your shoulders and suck the marrow out of your twitching spines. You two are gods from Costa del Sol, I reckon. Not as such. We're of the Marauders Guild, sent here by Axemaster Windsor to assist in the defense. I'm Solquip, and this is my comrade, Raptor. From the guild, you say? Blow me down and call me a bogey. Had you told me sooner, I'd have introduced myself with proper respect. You're Raptor, right? We've only just met, but I see in you a strength not found in ordinary men. What say you unleash the beast within and become a warrior with me? Oh. A warrior, you say? So it was you I saw, brandishing battle techniques I'd thought lost to the sands of time. Lost? Perhaps in these parts. But where I come from, the way of the warrior is alive and well. My tribe has been handing them down for thousands of years. Yet our numbers dwindle with every new summer, and this is why I left the mountain where I was raised to come here. What say you, Raptor? If you would walk the path of the warrior with me, seek me out at Hidden Falls. Wasn't he the one who actually summoned the turtles? Huh. The warriors of old. We've all heard the tales, but I never once did dream I'd actually meet one in the flesh. My memory is cloudy, but many years ago it was said there was a young marauder in the company of heroes who had unleashed crushing blows, therefore too unseen by his comrades. When the company disbanded, he vanished, never to be seen again. Might that be this Curious George? I cannot vouch for the man's identity, but there can be no denying the display of strength we saw today. Not that he has nor that he has taken a liking to you, Raptor. This could be an opportunity for the ages. Hidden Falls, was it? Were I in your boots, I would head off there without delay. Well, I wasn't betting on that being actually a class change quest, but okay. Let's go do the thing. I see no harm in going for warrior, considering it's the direct progression of Marauder. And if I'm not mistaken, character, classes. Yeah, it's a direct progression. Yeah, tiny kids. What's your problem, huh? Okay. I knew you would come, Raptor. Let us begin. Any man can take up an axe and call himself a marauder, but to become a true warrior, he must prove he can tame the inner beast that guides the blade. I witnessed your battle with the turtles, and I must say I was impressed. You've proven yourself far more worthy of this than I could have imagined. In your hands lies the soul of a warrior, a crystal within which the deeds of 1,000 warriors from history are recorded. For countless generations, the soul has been passed on to those in my tribe who choose the path of the warrior, to guide them and aid them on their journey. When your inner beast awakens, the runes will resonate, further empowering your will and granting you such strength as you never thought possible. Today, there is cause for celebration, my friend, for through you I have ensured that my tribe's legacy will endure. Yes, it is for this day, for this moment, that I came down from the mountain. Yet however earnestly I pursue my goal, I cannot deny the fear inside me that my mission will ultimately end in failure. For you see, while I style myself a warrior, the truth is that I left the mountains before my training was complete. And while I carry with me the chronicles of my ancestors, detailing the ancient arts of war, I lack the ability to fully decipher the texts. Yet there may still be hope, for there is another who fled my village, one who shared my dream of passing on the teachings of my tribe, and can read the tome. My brother. Without him, I fear there's little more I can teach you at this time, but that will not discourage me from continuing my studies of the chronicles, nor shake my belief that further secrets will soon reveal themselves to me. Until then, I ask that you use the knowledge I've passed on to you and continue your training. You must strive to harden your will so that it may endure the strain of future burdens. Good luck, my friend. I've just got to let a cat out the room. Woohoo! And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Alright, fine. Alrighty. Salt crystals change your class to a more specialized job. When using a job, you'll have limited access to actions from other classes. You will have access to new job-specific actions. Jobs coincide with the base class. Okay. So, let's go character, soul crystal, and equip soul of the warrior. Transfer. Update gear set. Yes. That's useful. Ooh, that's useful. Let me just see. Is there anything else I can add at the moment? Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move my potions to here. And let's go. Keep going. Welcome back, my friend. I can see that you've not neglected your training. For my part, I fear that deciphering the ancient chronicles of my people is proving to be a much more demanding task than I had imagined. Mind you, it hasn't helped that I've been somewhat preoccupied of late. A comrade of mine from my days in the company of heroes asked me to do a favor, and it's taken me back and forth across the realm like a bloody ferry. I'm on a hunt for some mysterious feral beast that's been terrorizing small folk. People don't know where this monstrosity came from, but witnesses say its thirst for blood is unlike anything they've ever seen. Unfortunately, the time I've spent in pursuit of the beast is time I've not spent studying the chronicles, and I'm sorry to say I've made little progress. However, while on the road, I was able to decipher one passage that may be of interest to us both. From what I can gather, the chronicles tell of an ancient set of armor forged by my ancestors in the flames of the Seven Hells, and inscribed with the same arcane incantations that adorn the soul of the warrior. It would seem that this mighty armor was passed down from the hero to apprentice for centuries, until one man, driven by rage and vainglory, cast all 5 pieces from Abalthea's highest peak. Since that day, the armor has remained lost, and with it, the power it harbors. As far as what I can make out, the next passage in the Chronicles concerns the whereabouts of these missing artifacts, though I've only been able to make sense of the odd word thus far. Still, I must confess to some excitement. I imagine what a warrior clad in such garb could achieve. If only my brother were here, we could decipher the text together and spread the teachings of our people to the entire realm. Alas, he is not. His whereabouts are about as hidden to me as those of the ancient armor. I would have liked you to meet him, if only so that you could have looked upon a true warrior. Well, perhaps you still shall. Eorzea is not as large as most people perceive. Paths cross, fates intertwine. Such is the will of the spinner. It may be that my brother has chosen a similar path to mine. But I've rambled long enough. You're here to take the next step in your training, and so I shall oblige. In the southern reaches of Thanalin is the Sagoli Desert, a god-forsaken wasteland of naught but sand that stretches as far as the eye can see. It is here that the Leviathan of the Dunes lurks, a sandworm of gargantuan proportions. When facing this mammoth creature, you will soon realize that feeble hacks and slashes of your puny axe are ill-suited to the task of felling such a foe. But do not let this dissuade you. Wake the slumbering beast within, and summon forth the strength that transcends the limits of your physical form. Mind you, first you'll have to find the beast, and that'll prove a tall order in itself. The U tribe that inhabits the Forgotten Springs is wise to the movements of the denizens of the desert. Should you want for guidance, I'd wager they could set you in the right direction. Ew. And that brings us back to Thanalin. And what do you know? It's south of Little Alamigo. Joshua, Flower Free Mum, thank you. Greatly, greatly appreciated. Back into hiding I go. Thank you for the lurks. Okay. So then I'm gonna go. Where's this gonna take me? Gridania. I do not want to go to Gridania. I want to go to Uldar. No. Cancel. I want to go then teleport. Map. Vanillin. Drybone. Yes. Okay, that scenery is always very impressive to me. Okay, I am in fact headed in the correct direction. Finally, have made contact with Southern Panelin. And Gosp, right ahead of us, Sabatenders! For the hunting log! Hello there! Oh my. You are definitely stronger than you look. And fast. And one more. There we go. So first, let us unlock little Alamigo. And then, you know what, let's start the Alamigo quest, since we are here. Oh wait, wrong way, I can't see. That looks more right, yes. Let's start the Alamigo quest, and see how many levels we can get before taking on the, warrior class quests. Because I'd like to be able to power through those basically in one bump. Alright, Hihira. Why, yes. Hihibaru is my father. He said what? I wish I could be a better daughter to him. It's just that... I'm sorry. I shouldn't bother you with family matters. But I am grateful to you for delivering the message. Now then, what brings you here? A masked man? I'm afraid the description doesn't ring any bells, but one of the others here may have seen something. I would recommend you first speak with Gundobald, the leader of the settlement. I must warn you, though, he isn't exactly accommodating to outsiders. Okay? Gundobald? Who are you? State your business and be quick about it. Looking for a masked villain, you say? And why should we help you, pray? We struggle enough without having to answer to the whim of every outsider. You are not welcome here. Begone. Well, that's a closed door if I've ever encountered one. Well met, adventurer. I'm Giselbert, head of security here at Little Alamigo. I heard tell that you had business with Gundobald. Knowing the bristly old bear, I don't doubt that he told you to bugger off. Owing to their hardships, the refugees don't trust anyone but themselves. Not even my men and I can get so much as a word of thanks out of them, despite watching the place day and night. But thanks or no, I try to help my fellow man when I can, and you seem to be a decent sort. If you tell me what's brought you here, may it as well be I can lend a hand. On the trail of a masked villain, you say? Can't say that sounds familiar, but I'll have men on the lookout for Maljar on this side of here. If there's been any suspicious activity, they're like to have seen it. I had a mind to take them each a cup of sweet thanaline tea so as to lift their spirits. If you were to run this little errand in my stead, they'll all be more willing to tell you what they know. Okay. Nothing like a good cup of tea to just make the day a little bit better, huh? Who the hell's are you? I'm trying to conserve energy here. So leave me alone. Well, ain't you considerate? Why, thanks, friend. What's that? A masked villain. Hiding among the refugees, like as not. My compatriots as Livia go about as though they're dead on their feet. 'Tis near impossible to tell what's on their minds. For all I know, they're all up to no good. You there! Are you in a Muljar? No? Then carry on. Ah, the sophisticated aroma. It has been forever since I had a drop of sweet vanillin. I'm going to enjoy this. A masked man? Don't care. Unless he's got dog scaly skin, stands 10 forms tall, and has a face of a lizard, then I don't give a mummer's fart. Yikes. Well, you do you, mate. Shoo, shoo! Don't bother me. If the Amaljar overrun us, I am blaming you. For me? Oh, you shouldn't have. Sorry. A suspicious masked man. As a matter of fact, I caught a glimpse of someone fitting that description during patrol. Well, I couldn't quite make out whether it was a man or not, what with the mask and the robe, but assuming it was a he was talking with some Alamegans. I assumed he was one of them. Assumptions, man. Ah, you're back. So, did my lookouts have aught to share with you? Huh, that does not sound like much to go by. If you're to get any further information, any further in your investigation, it seems to me you'll need the cooperation of the Alamegans. For this, you'd need to win their trust, and that won't be an easy task. I'm gonna take the glasses. And dun. Let's see, what else has he got to say? So you're determined to press on with your investigation. Then I have some advice to offer. As I said before, you won't get far without the Alamegans' trust, and the best way to win that trust is to get a compatriot of theirs, someone they respect, to vouch for you. Coin does the talking in Lildar, but Alamegans are bound by something far stronger, if not as tangible. A common purpose. That purpose is, of course, the liberation of their home from the Garleans. Gundabald belongs to the Alamegan resistance, so your best bet would be someone who is part of the same crew. If you know any well-connected people, you might want to start by asking them. Right. What level is this quest? 25. Huh. At this point, it's actually worth more to continue with class questing and save MSQ for secondary class, I actually think. So, I'm gonna save that for, working on Lancer later. Let's just get rid of this. Alright, and head south to the Forgotten Springs. While that's happening, I'm going to take a sip of water because it is necessary. How do I get here again? I know there's gotta be a way through. Or around. And I believe it's this way. But I could be severely mistaken by the looks of things, so my word. Nope. This is the way through. Yay! We found the way through! Okay. And... there we go. Let's see. Ogoromuli, what have you got to say? The Leviathan of the Dunes? Saw the fearsome bugger not a week ago, preying on a group of merchants south of Byrocket's Strike. The smart ones dropped their wares, turned tail and ran. The dumb ones, well, at least they can say they died rich. Well, whoops. Utawali? I have seen the beast. Stands 3 moms high, he does, and stirs up sandstorms with each writhe and wriggle. Showed up in my hunting field some years ago and has been swallowing up my would-be prey in that gaping maw of his ever since. Ukuba Tia. Okay. Oh yeah, and there's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Sandworms are particularly sensitive to vibrations in the earth, such as those made by running. If you're looking to summon one of the beasts, then I suggest you search for their tracks. Then run about, making as much of a clamour as possible. I would also suggest you seek a cure for your madness. Okay. That... Thank you for your drop of sensibility there, Ukuba. Okay. How far in do I need to go? All the way. All the way, so... pretty much to the edge of the map. There we go. So far this is going pretty well. That was really fast, actually. And back to Curious George. Nasia. This is a lot of expensive teleports. This is a lot of expensive teleports. Very well. Let me think for a moment. I wanted to have a quick scuzz. So far I've got everything equipped that I've got that is of the best thing, except for that horrible yellow thing. Okay. Then, let's think. I should probably participate in a couple of these. I should probably participate in a couple of fights. Just probably. Come on. How many of these things are there still? Oof. Wasn't there fast enough, but oh well. At least we got some rewards out of that. A little bit of something is better than a whole lot of nothing. I don't particularly know what I'm going to use the serpent seals for right this very moment, but farming them is probably not a bad idea. Ah, Raptor, your crystal grows ever stronger. In felling the raging sandworm, the beast within you slowly but surely rouses to wakefulness. When next you do battle, methinks you will find yourself capable of movements heretofore unfamiliar to you. When you have mastered your new talents, return to me. In the meanwhile, I shall continue my study of the ancient texts. New moves! Woohoo! What do we got? Okay. The beast gauge displays the current strength of a warrior's wrath. This animalistic rage is required to execute several select actions such as Inner Beast and Steel Cyclone, and will grow weaker upon using them. Certain actions will increase the beast gauge. The symbol indicates the defensive stance defiance as an effect, which increases enmity. Okay. Roll. Okay, it's that one. Okay, let's see. Hello again, my friend. It is quite obvious that you've been anything but idle in your training since last we met. Your progress is heartening to look upon, truly. But it also serves to remind me that each hour I spend poring over ancient texts is another hour not honing my skills. I fear my worth on the battlefield is diminishing by the day. Yet I am certain that my studies of the Chronicles will wield something of use. In fact, just last night, I discovered how the warriors of my tribe came to be shunned by the outside world. Upon witnessing my people's prowess with the axe, the armies of the city-states began to incorporate similar techniques into their own training regimens. These are the self-same techniques I've been instructing you in, Raptor, the ones which I call the inner beast. The consequences, of course, were dire. Yes, their soldiers became nigh on unstoppable, but they also became wholly uncontrollable, and both friend and foe fell prey to the ensuing carnage. Of course, the heads of the city-states laid the blame for these atrocities solely at the feet of my kind, promptly banning the ancient art and imprisoning anyone suspected of teaching it, or so the chronicles say. What I find hard to grasp, though, is that never once during my training did my brother hint at this dark history, nor have I myself ever seen one of my tribe succumb to the rage that the chronicles describe. Could it be that the tales are mere falsehoods? Stories concocted by some long-forgotten enemy who would poison our heritage and befoul our tribe's name? Who in their right mind would seek to sully something so pure? And why would my ancestors simply bow their heads and suffer such ignominy? That my people should be so weak, so utterly bereft of pride, is inexplicable. I refuse to believe it. It matters not if these claims are groundless. If they prompted my tribe's art to fade into obscurity, then the damage has already been done. Well, I for one will not turn a blind eye to this injustice. If none of my people will give the lie to the stories that have been so tarnished our reputation, it shall have to be me. But once again, I lose myself in the history and forget the present. If you recall, I spoke to you of my former comrade from the company of heroes, and the great woolly beast we have been pursuing. The beast remains on the loose, and to toss ponds of salt on the wound, fell creatures that appear to be its minions have been wreaking havoc on the innocent residents of Wineport. Were you and I to succeed in quelling the threat, surely the people would see that warriors are no fearsome beasts, but valuable allies. Together, Raptor, we will win back our proud name. Now, let us away to Wineport to meet with the captain of the militia. Okay. I feel like I was stumbling over my words quite a bit there. The not really being able to see what I'm reading caught up with me a little bit. One off ramp too early. My friends! Wineport is much obliged for your aid. The fiends come relentlessly, and what few able-bodied men we have find themselves hopelessly overmatched. Indeed, the western gates have been so besieged that they are currently left without any manned defence. Leave the defence to us, my good man! I will secure the western gate. Raptor, you defend the town from the east. Together we'll form a bulwark that not a single fiend can penetrate. Once the enemy has been driven back, we will return here to pick up the captain. Got it, Raptor? Weech. Does not even wait for confirmation, but okay. Okay. Well, I guess we're headed that way then. And let's see. Let's see. Next wave. Restless Harrier. How did you know I was restless? Huh? How did you know? Hmm? Ish. This is not gonna go well. That's the first KO. First KO in the game. Why? Because I was not paying attention. But there is an advantage of going back to New Gridania right now. I think I'll be able to unlock the second Chocobo quest. I think that's what was going to let me unlock the second Chocobo quest now. Which is maybe not that bad. Really? The glitch. Look at this. Delayed reaction there, mate. Raptor just wanted to take a nap. Raptor just wanted to take a nap. That was hilarious. But let me just quickly talk with Sale. I want to see something. Listen well, Private Citadel. The Order of the Twin Adder does not just welcome glory seekers willy-nilly into our ranks. You stand here today because we believe in your potential. We believe you will go forth as a serpent and help restore order to a world gone mad. And yet, potential alone will not carry you far. No kidding, right? Indeed, the road to glory is littered with the bodies of would-be heroes who lack the determination and diligence to hone their innate talents. But you will not suffer the same fate. I'm certain of it. It is within such high hopes for your future that I would send you to begin the next phase of your training. The venue shall be the Wolves' Den, a proving ground established by the Eorzean Alliance to prepare Grand Company recruits for the battles that lie ahead. The Wolves' Den is to be found just off the shores of Lenosia. The ferry at the Mara Bay dry docks in Lower Lenosia will grant you passage there. Upon your arrival, seek out Storm Captain Berkoya Lurtschlin. I've already taken the liberty of submitting a letter of recommendation on your behalf. Okay. So that's that. What's this? That I haven't got the ability to unlock yet. This is... hunts. Okay. Let me think. What is the unlock criteria for the second Chocobo quest? Let me just quickly get that. FFXIV Chocobo quest. Yeah, my feisty look. That's what I'm looking for. Any double class level 30, so technically I should be able to get there. South Shroud. Okay. Let me go here. I want to check. Map. Black Shroud. Quarrymill. Yes. I think Quarrymill is the one I'm looking for. If I'm not mistaken, that's the one that's got the Chocobo stables. I was wrong. set. I'm pretty sure this is the person I need to speak with, right? Yes. The unmistakable smell of chocobo clings to you, adventurer. Haha. Would I be correct in assuming that you have your own trusty steed? Stale Toaster, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I cannot save. Because my progress is saved automatically by the servers of the game. But hi! Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? How cute. Then you did save. I just can't do it manually, that's But okay. Got home and about to eat some din din. Ooh, nice, 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 nice. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. We are trying to get my chocobo to be able to work alongside our character because I just had my first KO in game. Whoops. Also trying to think of more things. Ooh. More things. Fun. I thought so. Now, tell me, is your bird battle-brained? Oh, battle-trained? If not, you might consider seeking the advice of Liquilo over at Bent Branch Meadows. The Ishgardian native is something of a prodigy in all matters concerning our fine feathered friends. He should be able to help you attain greater affinity with your bird. Okay. And then Bent Branch. I'm spending all of the gil. Ugh. I could have gone there manually, probably. But I was just in a wee bit of a hurry. But okay, let us speak with Liquilo. Greetings, adventurer. Is there something you need? You wish to have your chocobo trained in combat? That's no small request you make. Riding your bird is one thing. Asking it to take hurts in your name is quite another. I'll help you train your chocobo, but on the promise that you will never unduly expose it to danger. Do I have your word? Very well. To begin, we will need a bunch of gashel greens. You have my leave to pick one from the fields yonder. Return when we have it. Okay. So, pick a gashel green. I'm gonna need to buy a bunch of these. I need to remember where I can buy them. Have you acquired the greens? Indeed. Superb! Then we shall get straight to it. Doubtless you already know this, but chocobos are highly fond of gashel greens. They love the leafy vegetable so much, in fact, that they will completely forget their fears in the face of danger. Thus, by feeding your bird the greens, you can prevail upon it to fight beside you, and then, once called, it will be up to you to direct its actions as you see fit. You will find that your chocobo innately responds to a number of general commands. Give your bird an order, and it will act accordingly, and to the best of its ability. This simple yet effective methodology was developed by the Fortam family, one of the foremost houses in Ishgard. And that concludes your lesson. Of course, it is not enough to merely hear about the practice. One must venture forth and attempt it oneself. Summon your chocobo with a bunch of gashel greens, and together make your way to Sorrel Haven. The bruisers that prowl the area ought to be a suitable challenge for you and your companion. Put down 3 of them, and return here. And lastly, by way of advice, I would recommend you keep an ample supply of gashel greens on your person at all times. Our resident vendor will be able to provide you with as many as you can carry. Yay! That is something that I've been meaning to unlock for a while now. So, with whom shall I speak regarding the acquisition of greens? Who is the person to talk to? Where's the resident vendor for this? I forget. Merchant and Mender, that's the person. Okay. Purchase items. Gashels. Okay. That'll do the trick. And we had a hydrate. So, everyone acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Now, where are the Z's that we need to deal with? North and hard to port. Okay. Actions and traits. Orders. Okay. So I want... Okay, you're going to be on free stance at the moment, so... Okay. Are we in fact in the correct place? Okay, yes, we are in fact in the right place. Okay, there we go. Sky Shards, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. How goes? Just waking up as per usual? Well, I wish you a pleasant morning. And a good day ahead. We're just getting our chocobo to be able to actually fight with us because I had not gotten there yet. So you have successfully negotiated your first few battles with your chocobo. Well done. Tell me, how did it feel? Wasn't it supremely reassuring fighting with your feathered companion? Yes, it was very nice having a built-in healer. Your chocobo can make up for your shortcomings or build upon your strengths. Indeed, there are countless ways the two of you might complement one another. Through some experimentation, you will come to find the approach that serves you best. Ah, before I forget, I have one last parting gift. A saddlebag for your chocobo. Carrying Gashel greens about can be quite cumbersome after all, and there should be sufficient room for your personal belongings should the need arise. I pray it serves you well on your travels. Yay! Okay. What's the unlock requirement for this? Okay. Coolio! Now. I forget now. What is the next part of this? Next part of this is what do I need to achieve to be able to unlock the stances? I can't remember either. I can't remember. Oh well. It's fine. It is not critical right this very moment. It's probably something that unlocks naturally as more companion fighting takes place. For now, let's look at... Oh, wait, I should probably switch that off. Dismount. Switch that off. And let's go back to Wineport. Moonshiro, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you guys are doing well. This is new again. Yeah, this is probably what I can safely call my home game. I've been jumping in and out of it on and off for the last couple of years. Never got particularly far before life got in the way. But it feels like home to be in this game, honestly. I don't know why. So this is my comfy space. Number don't think just, I don't know, run around with Bird. It's fun. And also it's really nice to do voice acting practice. So we do that here as well. Dude, I'm generally so impressed, and I like the fact that you managed to read stuff in the same way. I want you to read them with the same stopping, like how I would say. I'm glad. When I'm trying to read the dialogue, I try to think, okay, how would this actually be said in a conversational way? Because that does make sense. If dialogue is written to be read like how it would be said aloud, right? So putting in the pauses in the right places and all of that to try and get it to sound organic, I think it's kind of important. And considering that I'm trying to do more of the acting-ish sort of things, if I can get that mostly right, then yay! Victory! I just need to not misread half of the words, because I keep slipping up and reading letters that aren't there. Or completely omitting letters that should be there. But yeah, we are here. I should actually probably put my glasses on. Maybe that'll help. Maybe putting my glasses on will help. I forgot about those for a sec. Yeah, there we go. Hey? Oh, right. Hotkeys are shared. Whoopsie. Alright. Now, let's try this again and see if I can survive a little bit better this time. Also paying a bit more attention to what I am doing. It's something that happens with fast reading to a lot of streamers. Yeah, especially when there is a bit of a wall of text. It can get quite a bit. Oh, no. Look this way. Okay. There we go. Oot-doot-doot. Now there's gonna be another run that's gonna pop up from right here. Now get you guys to face this way. I want you to not face my bird. Of course, this other guy would get involved as well. Great. Just what we don't need. Okay, how's my HP doing? Better. Okay. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay. What are those velociraptor zebra things? They are, velociraptor zebra things. Oh no, okay, we... Ooh. Is there another run? No, there's not. Oh, okay, we survived this time, yay! Thank you, in-game Harrier. You made this... You made this worthwhile. Chewy! Okay, right. It's, skill points. It's skill points. Okay. So, companion. Skills. I want to invest in the healer stance. There we go. Wait. Quickly dismount, because why? I've still got, Defiance on. There we go. Alright, let's talk to the captain. Thank the 12 you're safe. We have need of your skills yet. I just heard a scream, and I fear that one of the beasts might be loose within the village. Come with me! Dun dun dun! It's not just one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You monster! Get away! Get away! Oh, kid. Monster? But I... Come no closer, raptor! I beg of you. I must return to the falls. Uh-oh. The rage beast got the best of him, and he knows it. Oh dear. Talk with the captain. Whatever has gotten into Curious George? 'Tis true that he fought like a man possessed, but to mistake him for the very beast he hunts? Methinks the child's parents have been feeding her a few too many ghost stories for her own good. Worry not, friend. I shall speak to the villagers and clear up this most unfortunate misunderstanding. Do return to the falls and assure Curious George that Wineport is indebted to him for his aid. Okay, we can do that. Am I going the right direction? Yes, I am. Why? Because I gotta catch a boat. Why? Because it's gonna be a while before I'll be able to fly. It's going to be a long, long, long while before I'll be able to fly. Oh yeah, the glasses are actually rigged into my model. Oh, I gotta go the long way around. Oh. Sorry. Oi. Raptor, please forgive me for leaving so abruptly earlier. It was such a hasty reaction to a situation for which I was completely unprepared. While both you and I know what I was complete control of my inner beast, I now realize that to the layman's eye, it may have seemed that, well, the opposite was true. Mayhap it was this very misapprehension that laid weight to the lies which led to my tribe's disgrace. And if that is the case, then perhaps I should return once more to the Chronicles and endeavor to reassess their message in light of this discovery. Speaking of light, your soul crystal, Raptor, it sparkles. Does the soul of the warrior have aught to reveal to you? Any whispers of import? If only they hadn't forsaken me as they did my brother. Yeah, anyway, I suppose that is that. I must continue my studies and you your training. I hope to have something new for both of us very soon. Until then, my friend. Okay. Okay. New action. And the next one unlocks probably at 45? Yeah, 45. Okay. So then the next one is going to be Wolf's Den. Yeah, I can afford to take a run through Lower Lenosia to get to that pier. I don't want to waste more gil on it. I've spent so much gil on teleporting in a hurry to get places. But it's not actually necessary. Besides, this way, if there are any fates that we come across on the way, I can pick up a couple more company seals along the way. Okay. We're slowly but certainly working our way through the list of things that are at our disposal. While we're going through here... Okay, this area, we've already got increased mount speed, it looks like. So keep going southwest. The fields are crawling with ocean roselings, horrible creatures that choke out the crops and maim the tillers who tend to them. Fail 3 the mortal lamb. Okay. It's a low level fate, but it's something along the way. Let's do the thing. Right? It's something that will level sync. Okay. Boom. How many of these are there? There's one more. The spawn rate of these things is actually the thing that takes longest. Okay. There we go. Can't be very many more. Nope. Okay. It's only a handful of seals, but it's something. Once again, a little bit of something is better than a whole lot of nothing. Grahazik, hello, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in, everyone. And that is a hydrate, so you may acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. But Grahazik, how was stream? Thank you for the raid. How was stream? It was good after a bit of a rough start. Ah, I see. The scuff catches us all, right? If you can shake it off partway through the day, then A. Little victories, right? We gotta take the little wins, even when things feel shaky. Did some surviving and building. Ooh, nice. Level 12. So, where were you surviving and building? Was it the same instance, or was it separate places? On Mars in Station is. Ooh. I see, I see, I see. Same instance I was hosting. I see, I gotcha. Okay. I am going to spend practically 0 time here, but I've got to be here to get quests done. Where is the person I need to speak with? Inside a building that I enter. Where? Where is the entrance? Yeah. Greetings on YouTube as well, Krazik. Okay. I don't recall seeing your ugly mug around here before. Huh? You say that Hulor sent you? He said he was sending a new wolf to the den. Bah! More like a runt of the litter, if you ask me. You barely have fangs for the honing, but I guess I'm feeling goddamn generous, so I'll throw you a bone. I'm not gonna read that. I skipped past too fast. You know what? I really am not interested in the PvP stuff, so this gets me in here. But I really have... I'm not interested in the PvP, so I will be making a swift departure now that that is unlocked. Unless something really hits me very hard in the back of the head, I am not likely to come back here in a hurry. Not interested in PvP either. Yeah. Actually, no. Lets me think very, very carefully. Yes, I do have to actually... Okay, it's a free trip. I don't have to pay. Yay. Woohoo! Okay. Let me think. I'm gonna have a quick scuzz at my inventory. This. It's gonna live over here. This lives over here. This lives over here. This is an ingredient. Ingredients live in that place. Reagents live over here. Okay. Let me think. Where are we? 42. We need to be on 45 before we can continue with the warrior quest line. Fine, we continue the Alamigo quest, so... to Vesper Bay. Weird how the MSQ didn't level you like that? Yeah, I started with, warrior class quests, so actually with this one, I am pretty far behind in terms of where my MSQ level is, versus my actual character level. I'm currently on level 42. So, yeah, I'm a bit behind on MSQ. That being said, I wonder if it isn't worthwhile at this point to start unlocking my crafting classes. Maybe. Because I know I should get a little bit of an experience boost now that I've got a medium level class. That should help boost the lower ones just a little bit. Let me just mount up so that Harrier doesn't lose time on the clock. Because I do know that having the appropriate crafting skills is going to make leveling the other stuff a bit easier by making it possible to make the appropriate gear. I don't know. Maybe? Maybe? I can't use the market boards, so... yeah, until if while I'm on the free account, I can't use the market boards, so... I'm wondering if it is worth... I am wondering. But you know what? This is actually a completionist run. So regardless of whether or not I can use the market boards, I do actually want to get everything leveled all the way as high as I possibly can. So you know what? Let's pick. Where are we going to start? Where are we going to start? Probably with resource gathering, right? It's probably the best way to probably the best place to start. Miner or botanist? Miner or botanist? I've got a dice. If it lands on an even number, we're gonna go miner. If it lands on odd number, we're gonna go botanist. 13. Okay, botanist it is. That's one way to make a decision, right? And that's gonna be Gridania. Let's do the thing. Let's do the thing. Free trial completionist run. Let's go. The place I'm looking for, I believe, is this way. If I'm not completely mistaken. But then again, I should be able to just use the Ethernet. Why? Because I did go through the process of unlocking everything. So, Ethernet, Botanist's Guild. Now, wrong building. Why? Because I can't see. Why? Because my screen is so scratched up that it's catching all of the light from all of the places except behind the screen. This is why I'm trying to get a new graphics tablet. Yes, I am playing the game on my graphics tablet screen. I'm playing the game on my graphics tablet screen. Because otherwise it's a pain trying to move around my OBS and whatnot for all of the streaming stuff. Just having the game run on my graphics display tablet screen is easier. Fun times. Anyway, talk about some talent. I mean, I've seen people play on a DDR pad. Oh wow. Actually, now that I look at my OBS, just one second. I see something that's weird here. Thought so. I thought it was cropping strangely. Eek. There we go. As a challenge, but still. I thought something was cropping strangely. I just wasn't sure what. The wrong thing was selected, so I couldn't see completely. Oh, there was more. Yeah. Yeah. Ignore my UI. I just like seeing all of my slots as I need them. I am preparing for when I've got more stuff in that I might need. Okay, so we're gonna unlock Botanist as step number next. Calm things down a little bit. From all of the hacking things apart with axes to hacking things apart with saws. I'm noticing it. I'm noticing a trend here. Axes, saws. It's closely related. Closely related. Okay. Okay, let's see. And once again, I am faced with the amazing challenge that is trying to pronounce a French name. Yeah. Linsult? Linsult? That's Gridania for you? Yeah. I have hard enough times pronouncing the English words that have French origins. Never mind actual French. Like I don't know. I see an English word that is derived from French, and I can recognize it, and I know, oh wait, this word used to be French once upon a time, 100 years ago or so. Which pronunciation do I use? What's English again? I only know how to speak Gremlin. Yeah. Like, the Germanic-based words and the Latin-based words, I can kind of figure out what the pronunciation ought to be. But all of the loose, silent vowels from the French words, I am always so lost. I'm always so lost. And like, which consonants do you pronounce? Where is the rule for this? I know it probably exists, but it's so difficult to actually figure it out. And it is triply confusing as a first language English speaker, because it's not like something where you can get it clearly mapped out for you. All because some old people wanted to be fancy? Yeah. There's history in there that can be perceived and in ways that could make people angry, so yeah. I'm not gonna get into that. Linguistics is weird. Look at the bright side. Which bright side? At least Gridania, most of them speak normally. Unlike the Pirate City. Yes! Oh my word. Like, oh my word. I think that's one of the reasons why I feel so at home in Gridania as opposed to everywhere else. That's why Gridania is my usual home city whenever I play this game. Because they actually speak like... More like actual normal folk. Like, Limsa, the strange Scottish Cockney crossover, is interesting. The Scottish-Irish Cockney crossover in Limsa is wild. With all of the Celtic names. Sure. But... ish. And I don't even know what language origin the stuff in Uldar is supposed to be based off of. I can't figure it out yet. I haven't been able to figure it out yet. Like, I know there are obvious linguistic references, probably, but I can't figure out to exactly what they are tying. But, Okay, but what does this guy say anyway? Hello there and welcome to the Botanists Guild. What brings you here today? Interested in becoming a botanist, are you? Then you've come to the right place. At our guild, you can study under some of the finest botanists in all the realm. An enticing proposition, is it not? So, what say you? Would you like to add your name to our roll? Excellent. Now you're doubtless eager to dive headlong into the nearest shrubbery. But first, a brief explanation on the origins of the Botanists Guild. Our guild boasts a long history. Its roots can be traced back some 500 years to when our nation was still in its infancy. It was around that time that the precursor organization to our own was established to facilitate communion with the elementals. But I suspect you're already confused, not being forest-born. Let me put it in a way that your kind would understand. The Twelves Wood does not belong to man, but almighty beings known as the elementals. It is by their leave we Gridanians dwell here in the forest, and it is by their leave we receive of its bounty. Ever since mankind settled in the Twelves Wood, it has been necessary for us to obtain the elementals' permission prior to taking aught from their domain. Historically, this was a rather involved process, and only a freshest few could actually commune with them. Specifically, those conjurers blessed with the ability to hear the elementals, aptly known as hearers. In order to relay the elementals' will to the botanists in a more timely manner, a new organization was formed with a hearer at its mouth and ears. This organization would eventually evolve to become the Botanists' Guild. To this day, the Guild employs the services of a hearer who offers guidance to our members. Yet this is no longer our organization's sole concern. We also seek to promulgate correct harvesting practices, that is, practices which honor the will of the elementals. And that, my friend, is the story of how our guild came to be. I trust you have a newfound appreciation for the work we do. Now, with all this talk of elementals and communion, mayhap you're wondering whether you're fit to join us. Well, you may cast such doubts aside. You don't need to have been raised a good little forest-born boy to be a botanist, nor do you need to know the secret forest-born salute. I jest. You just need a healthy respect for nature and the will to learn. If you honestly believe you possess those things, it would be my pleasure to recommend you to our guildmaster. Please wait a moment while I see to the formalities. Speak to me again when you are ready to begin the enrollment procedures. Moonshiro, I'm going to bed. Have a good stream. Thank you for being here, Moonshiro. I appreciate. I returned with thin crust pizza. Oh, ooh. Pizza is good. I actually also had pizza for supper tonight. Interesting. Okay. So, let us do the enrolling thing. Music to my ears. It'll be my pleasure to refer you to Guildmaster Fufucha. Our Guildmaster's knowledge of nature is second to none. One need only witness her uncanny knack for spotting the finest timber to see that hers is a truly God's-given talent. It is for this reason that she holds the title of First Botanist. Oh, but you don't need to be overawed, for she is the kindliest of souls. You'll find the Guildmaster just outside this building. Seek her out and impress upon her your desire to become a botanist. Okay. Let's see. I have absolutely no idea if I have any civilian clothing. Or if it's all, warrior class stuff. I'm Fufucha, master of this guild. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I take it Lancelot has given you an overview of the botany already? Well then, I suppose I'd better continue where he left off. All Gridanians may rightly claim to share a close relationship with nature, but none is so intimate as that of the botanist. It is our calling to nature, or to nurture the natural environment to the mutual benefit of man and wood. But even as nature holds us in her loving embrace, providing for our every need, she is at heart an unsentimental creature, one that will take life just as readily as she gives it. Being a botanist means coming face to face with this uncomfortable truth on a regular basis. Knowing this, do you still wish to walk our path? The look in your eye bespeaks the passion in your heart. Very well, I bid you welcome to the Botanists' Guild. To help you on your way, I present you with this hatchet. Take it up, and then present yourself to me again. I would assign you your first task as a botanist of this guild. Yay! Back to starter gear! Gear set list. Equip set. There we go. And add new gear set. There we go. Da-da-da-dum. Okay, straightforward. I forgot half of the stuff anyway, so. Coolio. I am probably going to need to get rid of a half of this stuff that, is not going to be useful for me anymore. But okay. Let's see. Do I actually have anything more appropriate? Ah, I do actually have a hat and a ring. Surprise, surprise. Do not show the headgear. Let's go. I see you have your hatchet on you. Very good. A botanist's hatchet is his livelihood. Never forget this. If you fail to keep its blade clean and keen, your efforts will yield to naught but sweat and splinters. But let us see about your first task. Ah yes, to help you grasp the basics of botany, I would like you to gather 10 pots worth of latex. The forest yields to us many and more resources. It is the botanist's job to know what can be found and where. If it is latex you require, you will do well to search just outside the Blue Badger Gate or the Yellow Serpent Gate. Seek out the mature trees that stand in those areas, and then put your hatchet to use. I wish you well. Okay. I don't need that there, I don't need that there, I don't need that there, and I don't need that there. Okay. Let's do the thing. I suppose I can, always do supply quests as a crafter and a resource gatherer for, the grand companies. So I suppose that's not bad. Okay. I'm gonna let Harrier go away for now. At worst, you can queue up on the duty relate, onto the delivering relate. Yeah, maybe. Ah, that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Yeah, I'd prefer to not go onto the roulettes, honestly. At the moment, I don't really see, for what I am trying to achieve on this run. I don't really see it being what I am after. But I was just thinking of, okay, well, how do I get rid of the stuff that I'm eventually going to make with all of this? While I'm here, I might as well get one of everything, right? Mm-hmm. Perception. Okay. Okay. So that gives us what we need there. Let's go back. How goes the gathering effort? Lest you forget, latex can be found just outside the Blue Badger Gate and Yellow Serpent Gate. Well, funny story about that. Ah, yes. Precisely 10 pots of latex, just as I instructed. You've done well. Latex is easy to find and equally easy to harvest. As such, collecting the stuff is an ideal task for young botanists who are learning their way around a hatchet. She's such a fiend. Oh dear. I love her though. She. That. Are we referring to the character or someone else? Are we referring to the character or someone else? The character, okay. Yet know that being able to swing said tool does not make you a botanist. You must also possess the knowledge to locate the resources you seek. That will be all from me for the present. I urge you to keep honing your senses and skills as a botanist. Gather near and far, and learn from your experiences. I look forward to seeing you again when you have become better acquainted with our trade. Till then, I bid you happy gathering. Okay. I'm looking forward to seeing how she is such a fiend, but okay. Hello again, Raptor. I'm told you've been putting your hatchet to good use. Well done. Yet, as I mentioned before, hacking away at trees does not make you a botanist. You must also strive to deepen your understanding of nature. I say this in the knowledge that you have done just that. Whether you realize it or not, you have the air of a man who is at ease with the world around him. I do believe you are ready for your next task. I would like you to go to Tree Speak, and there harvest 10 pots worth of maple sap. Once you have enough, pray deliver the sap to Cicely. She will be pleased to receive it. Off you go now. Okay. Tree Speak. I think that is, if I'm not mistaken, Where? Really? You're not gonna show me where I'm needed? Yeesh. Okay. I can't remember where is Tree Speak. Is it? No. I can't for the life of me remember this. Okay. Okay, it's an etherite I have not been to yet. So, Outer Yellow Serpent, through Tree Speak, and that gives us to Forgot. Forgot to attune? I've just never been to that part of the map yet. I've not had a reason to go this direction yet. So, may as well, right? Like, I remember last time I started a new run, before I did anything else, I got as far as getting a chocobo, and then basically did nothing else except run around trying to unlock all of the etherites I could find, or I had access to at the time. And yeah, that was kind of helpful. It was kind of helpful. I could probably get away with doing something again. Probably. It wouldn't be the worst idea. But I've kind of been just trying to keep things moving, because I've only been playing on stream. So I haven't wanted to be, you know, too utilitarian about my order of progression. But okay. Now what does that do? I'm gonna skip that. Now I need maple sap, so let's see. This is not the material I'm looking for, but it's something new. Doesn't hurt to try. And And sneak. Yay! I say take your time and get as much out of the free trial as you can. Yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. I haven't really taken the opportunity before now to do a full, pretty much just try and do everything run. So, It's also nice to do things on your own time as well. Yeah, this is so true as well. And while I am sort of chasing efficiency in a weird way, in my own weird way as well, in terms of deciding in what order I'm going to do things, I am still not being impatient about it. So I'm trying to not skip dialogue. On top of the fact that half of what I'm trying to achieve with this is also to, use the opportunity to practice the voice acting madness as well. So, making the most of everything as much as possible. So, huh. I don't think I've actually ever seen the bear in game, but okay, never mind that. What? Yeah. Nah, I totally intend to take it nice and easy. Strategic, but unhurried. This is not the species of tree I'm looking for. I need to head further south. Let's see. Here's the right stuff. Okay. Next one. Let's also get some of those for the log. There we go. Halfway there. Two more. And let's grab another one of those. Or not. Okay. Whatever, we tried. Okay. We're already up another level anyway, so. East-northeast, this way. But if I'm not mistaken, somewhere around here, there's another interesting thing. I think it's this. I think it's this. It's not this. Right tower, wrong quest. I'll get that one later. Can't remember what crafting class it is, but I know it's something that's got to do with Exile. Or is it a crafting quest thing, or is it a or is it a beast tribe quest? I can't remember. I've only done it once. And that was a long while ago. And I never progressed very far before I had to stop. Okay, Sicily. On a quest for maple sap? Then your best bet is to search in the vicinity of Treespeak. Well, funny story with that. Ah, the maple sap I requested. Then you must be the new botanist Fufucha has been fussing over. Ah, but where are my manners? Thank you. Why do I need so much of the stuff? Well, allow me to explain. It's the very least I can do after all you've done. Boiling maple sap causes it to thicken into a sweet syrup called... Aye, you've guessed it. Maple syrup. From maple syrup we can make maple sugar, ingredient used in various recipes, particularly confectionery. From cakes and tarts to toffees and chocolates. In short, all the thing children love. You've probably guessed it by now, but the maple sap you've harvested will be used to make sweets for the kids. These poor souls who are orphaned by the calamity. They may put on a brave face, but their eyes reveal the depths of their sorrow. There's precious little joy left in their lives. But Gridania hasn't, and won't, abandon them. No matter what your walk of life, there's always something you can do to help. Though it may only last a fleeting moment, a single smile of theirs is worth all of the effort. Replacing sugar with maple syrup is something I've been doing recently myself. Oh, nice! Nice. Adds a sweet, nutty flavor to my tea. Ooh. Yeah. I usually drink my tea unsweetened, but if I have the desire to have a slightly sweeter tea, I actually usually put honey in it. I really haven't done sugar in a while. Like, if I have fancy coffee, it's got condensed milk in it to make it sweet. If I've got fancy tea, it's got honey in it to make it sweet. Aside from that, I actually just don't drink sweetened things. but having maple syrup and tea, that actually sounds good. I'll try that next time I make myself a couple of rooibos. Which might well be this day, actually, now that I think about it. It is almost 3.5 hours into stream, which means it is almost time to make another warm beverage anyway. And also top up the water because it is running dangerously low as well. So, I think we will definitely try that out. Because why not, right? I think I might still have maple syrup in the house. Maybe. It's a stretch, but it's a maybe. I'll see. Okay. In addition to maple sap, we botanists gather various other kinds of foodstuffs. As such, we work quite closely with the culinarians, those disciples of the hand who excel at cooking. We are also on good terms with the woodworkers and weavers, as both are reliant upon us to supply the lumber and fiber they need for their respective crafts. Tell me the type of tea you use when you get back. In my house, there are presently only 3 kinds of tea. The one is Ceylon. The other is Rooibos. And the other is a green tea and mint blend. Those are the only 3 teas in the house at the moment. I am personally most likely going to do the Rooibos. Yeah. Rooibos and Ceylon are actually the 2 most popular teas in my country. So, like, when you order tea at a restaurant, you are going to have a choice of Rooibos or Ceylon. Like that's your standard options. And Ceylon is generally referred to as normal tea. So it's like Rooibos or normal. Insert the brand name that the entire country refers to. It's kind of funny, actually. Like, if you want something else, there are a few places that might have interesting specialties, but those are so few and far between, I can't think of any. Like, finding a place that has a green tea is very difficult, at least from what I've seen. And any other specialist teas are cold iced tea stuff. And then it's usually not like actual tea, but just sugar water with aromatics. Maybe. often with fruit juice essence, actually, as well, now that I think about it. So, yeah. Tea is a loosely used word. Ah. Actually, I'm just going to quickly have a sip of water now that I think about it. All this talk of tea has made me thirsty. Mm. Mm. As botanists, it behoves us to learn what manner of materials are used in crafting, and there is no better way to do so than first hand. If you have an interest, you might consider dabbling in one of the disciplines out there. I also urge you to make a habit of reviewing the gathering log. As your knowledge of botany grows, more of its contents will become comprehensible to you. Well, I'd best see to that maple sap. It was lovely talking with you. Okay. I'm gonna grab those. Alright. And with that, I'm just gonna step over here and very, very quickly go and make myself that tea. I think that is now in order. So, for those of you who've not seen him up close, that's my Warrior of Light that I've been working with. So, I shall see you guys momentarily. I'm just going to quickly go make myself some tea. Provided that there is still warm water in the flasks, otherwise I will be back very, very, very quickly because I'm not waiting for 15 minutes for a kettle to boil. So, yay! See you shortly. Alright, I am back. I got lucky! I got lucky in double volume. Yes. So, I got my bucket of tea. It is rooibos, and I did in fact put maple syrup in it. Because why not, right? Let's give it a try. It's still brewing, but we'll let it stand there. Rooibos likes being strong. I usually actually just leave the tea bag in. It works. So, let's see. Wufu Chow. Large order. Let's see. What do we need? Ah, Raptor! You couldn't have come at a more opportune time. I have a favor to ask of you. We have just received an urgent request from the Order of the Twin Adder. They ask that we supply them with 10 crow feathers as soon as possible. Doesn't that make it bitter after a bit? With Salon, yes. With rooibos, not really. With rooibos, I have never actually had bitter rooibos. It doesn't have. I think the substance is tannin. I think that's the stuff. I don't think rooibos has tannin in it, and that's what makes it bitter after a while. Just like rooibos also doesn't actually have caffeine, which is also cool. So yeah, you can leave your tea bag in your rooibos tea, and it's like hundreds. Can't do that with a normal Ceylon or a Ceylon blend. Most of your traditional black teas you can't do that with. Okay, but crow feathers. Okay, interesting. Where are we going to get crow feathers? Crows often leave behind feathers where they perch, which can be used to make arms and armor. Requests for the items have been coming in with increasing regularity. The situation must be grim indeed. It would not do to keep the defenders of our nation waiting. I'd be most glad if you could help us fulfill this order. Crow feathers can be found in abundance in the area south of Gilbert's Spire. Once you've procured 10, promptly deliver them to Cicely. I've given her charge over our stores. My thanks in advance. Okay. Where? That ain't it. Gilbert Spire. So we're looking at Bent Branch. Okay, and this is central. Okay. Okay. By now it should have steeped enough to be tasteable. Yeah, that's nice and dark. Mmm. Ooh, that is good. Ooh, that is good. I see. I understand. I understand. Like, I didn't put in much. Also, mostly just for aromatics, more than sweetness. But it does add something. Mm. Then again, tea is largely aromatic anyway, so. Mm. Oh, I like that. I like that quite a lot. I've learned a thing now. Thank you, Sky. I do not see this mug lasting long. even though it's a double-sized mug. Map. It's not waste time unnecessarily. There we go. Okay. Now, probably, it would be wise for me to, at this point, equip... Oh, good grief. That does not look good. Please tell me I have a slightly more user-friendly color available in my inventory. Please. Like, come on. You gotta be kidding me. I have gray. I have some absolutely ghastly shades of pink and grey. And orange. And loud yellow. Okay. I'll go with that one because it's the least obtrusive looking. Yes. Ugh. Update. Sadly, this early colors aren't too great. No. So one just goes for what makes one's eyes bleed the least. Truly the only reason to doubt the decision against going into the duties too frequently has got to do with getting things that one can use for glamours. But even then, also early stages, the number of things that are glamour friendly for all classes is also fairly limited, isn't it? I think so, if I remember correctly. Okay. But okay, now we have stuff. Let's go back. Actually, back up, back up. I'm gonna stick around out here and just grind until 15. I'm gonna stick around out here and grind until 15. Let's pick up some logs while we're at it. Interesting. Um, and while that's busy happening, tea. Do you guys have a favorite tea? Hey, let's try go a little further. Oh, I don't have the right tool for the job. Yeah, okay. I need the right tool for the job. Yeah, well. Ooh, here's new stuff. Let's keep trying. Okay. That definitely... Though the failure rate is high, it definitely helps to try and harvest the higher level things. That's for sure. Back this way. Close to level 15. Almost there. And then we'll head back inside. Okay. Let's go. Ooh. And let's see. Botanists. Here we go. And Sicily. Feathers. There we go. Ah, the crow feathers! You have my thanks. Doubtlessly you already know this from Fufucha, but it's from the Order of the Twin Adder that requested the feathers. If I heard it true, they're in the midst of preparing for war against the Ixal. The crow feathers are needed to make arms and armor. Feathered harpoons, plumed yew crooks, and the like. It's a fine feeling being able to do our part to aid those men and women who defend our nation. But to need such a large stockpile of feathers, it gives me a pause to imagine the bloodshed that lies ahead. Will the 12s would ever know true peace? But here I go again with wistful ramblings. Feel free to ignore me. Now, before I forget, Pupacha asked me to give you something on her behalf. A scythe. Yes, I don't need to buy one. The scythe is what we call a secondary tool. Used in your offhand, it allows you to harvest from lush vegetation in addition to the mature trees you already know so well. That Fufacha has seen fit to make you this gift is proof positive of your progress. You're no longer a novice, my friend. I dare say you're ready to try your hand at fieldcraft leaves, perhaps even take on grand company work. But first, I recommend you head into the wood and find some lush vegetation to try that new scythe on. Off you go now, and come back when you're ready to take on another task for the guild. Okay. Let's see. Perception plus 11, perception plus 20. We're taking the hat. We are taking the hat. Okay. Recommended. Equip. And update. Just like that. Okay. Now we are already ready to get the level 15 quest. Crazy. Ah, my dear Raptor, you're looking ever more a botanist. I do believe you're ready to take on further responsibilities for the guild. Guilds such as ours exist only by virtue of cooperation of their members. Each individual must set an example for the rest if the collective is to thrive. The time has come for you to set just such an example. A matter has arisen, the handling of which I would entrust wholly to you. You may deal with it as you see fit, providing you see the problem solved. The matter in question concerns a valued client of ours, the merchant Albagast. It would appear that one of our number has done something to upset him. Pray seek out the merchant at the ebony stalls and inquire after the reason for his ire. Oh, and choose your words well, lest you add fuel to the fire. Okay. I love that little rhyme. That was cute. Alright, now let's see. Alright. Outcast. Bufucha sent you, did she? Good. I'm not a man to mince words, so forgive me if I seem blunt. You know what a marjoram is? But of course you do, you're a bleeding botanist. It's a very common ingredient in alchemy, isn't it? Very common. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you botanists supposed to be the experts in harvesting such stuff? Yes, you are. Strange then that the expert who brought me my last batch of fresh marjoram didn't so much harvest the poor plants as dismember them. Why, the leaves were so torn up, I couldn't recognize they were at first. Needless to say, they're next to useless. So, thanks to your herb-hacking colleague, I have no more marjoram to make my concoctions, which is why I inquired at your guild, only to be told you were out of supplies. And here we are. Now, if it ain't too much trouble, I would be obliged if you'd bring me 10 sprigs of flesh marjoram, and I'd please like them whole, as opposed to your fine bleeding puree your butchering colleague delivered. Truth be told, I don't much care about your hatchet-happy friend. What I do care about is not keeping my customers waiting for their medicine. In short, hurry. Oh, and for the love of the gods, be gentle with the plants, will you? I shouldn't have to say it, but after the last bloke, I'm not taking any chances. Oh, man. It sucks. It sucks being the customer after the guy who messed up. It sucks being the service provider after the guy who messed up. It really, 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 really sucks to be the service provider cleaning up after the guy who messed up. Oh boy. Matron's leave. Where is matron's leave? Okay. Central shot again. So. Whew. Okay. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take some sips. I think some sips are in order because I've got double volume tea and it's still pleasantly still warm. Mm. Yep. That is good. I can roll with that. Nice, hot, praising, toasty tea. Alright. Now, let us go find those herbs, right? Let's go find them herbs. Okay. Yay! We found the right stuff straight off the bat. Nice. Now, where's the next bush? Right. Next. I'm gonna switch off the quick gathering. Hummus. Interesting. Why is it toad? Okay. Okay. I won't ask questions. I won't ask questions about why you will use a scythe to gather a toad. But hey, things are going well so far. Considering how recently we picked up this class, it's actually leveling really rapidly. The Measurum! And such fine specimens. I'm sorry I gave you such a hard time, friend. Thanks to you, I can get back to making echo drops. Do you know of echo drops? They're an alchemical concoction that restores the voice to silent lips, allowing the imbiber to cast spells again. Conjurers and thaumaturges never leave home without a bottle or three. But I must say again, these are some of the finest specimens of marjoram I've seen, and they're none worse for the picking. It's clear you know your way around a plot. As for your colleague with the heavy hand, I'm certain your guild will deal with him appropriately. Thanks again, and send my regards to Fufucha. Okay. That went well. Yay! Alright, let's head back. There we go. Ah, there you are. Thank you for a job well done. There's no need to report the details. I've already heard all I need to know. It is my belief that the botanist in question had naught but personal gain in mind when he so hurriedly harvested the marjoram. In his haste to complete the task and claim its reward, he damaged the herbs and rendered them useless. Such greed brings shame upon the guild, and I will not tolerate it. The offender's name shall be struck from our roll. As I taught you when you first came to us, a botanist nurtures in the natural environment to the mutual benefit of man and wood. He who thinks only of his own benefit has no respect for nature, and is unfit to call himself one of us. Of course, you hardly need reminding of this. Something tells me you shall never give me cause to worry. But let us speak of cheerier matters. Tell me, did gathering the marjoram pose any trouble? If you ever find your work unduly onerous, you might consider outfitting yourself with better gear. Even something as seemly and significant as a new pair of boots can make a world of difference. As you gain in knowledge and experience, you will find yourself venturing further afield in search of new bounty, and your choice of equipment will become ever more critical. Go now, Raptor, and keep up your efforts. I look forward to seeing you continue to grow as a botanist. Yay! Uh-huh. Let's see. Let's grab those, I think. Because the other stuff is not going to have a long lifespan of use. Okay, character. Recommended. Equip. Update. Okay. Eck. So far, so good. And now it's raining. And now it's raining. Okay. Let me actually see what actually have we got in our inventory. Now we've got a whole bunch of stuff. This is things that I think I can drop in the saddlebag. I think this is saddlebag worthy. Cinnamon is an ingredient. Beehive is a reagent. Crafting material. Okay, now what I want to do is... Let me think very carefully. We have now got a wood gathering class. I think that means that the next thing we should probably consider unlocking is going to be... Carpentry is good for Lancer. I need miner and smith. I need a miner and a smith class for warrior. You know what? Let's go to firstly. Oi. Let's head to our let's head to the shops. I'm gonna speak with some of our independent tradesfolk. Let's go with Durant. No. I need to be talking to a merchant vendor outside of the city to be able to sell stuff back. Let's just see. I see myself going through a whole bunch of crafting classes. For my own sanity. Literally for my own sanity. Yeah, okay. Never mind. What I think I need to do then is... let us head to... Firstly, let's just switch back to our main class. We're at 42. We need to figure out let's think. Unless what we do is we start leveling Lancer, right? And use Lancer to catch up with MSQ. I think that's what we're gonna do. Yeah. I think that's what we're gonna do. Let's see, what have we got? Equip those. Nope. We're just gonna stick with starter gift for a hot minute there. We're gonna stick with the starter gift for a minute. And that is directly behind me. That way. Okay. We're going that way. Now, let's talk to Ewan. So you're back. I trust you've learned something of the essence of our art. A lancer learns best when he is doing, each thrust making him stronger. As such, as strategy and technique will come in time. And never forget courage. Without it, you cannot hope to realize your potential. That applies to so many things. Your look betrays no hint of doubt. That is well. It is clear you see the truth in my words. That'll be all for the present. Now take up your weapon, sally forth, and cut a path for yourself. When next we meet, I hope to see you stronger for the time out in the world. Okay? Fun story, I'm already on level 6. Let's go! Ah, you've returned. I take from your presence that you've gained a measure of familiarity with your weapon. Good. You are ready to begin the next phase of your training. You will recall my telling you that it takes no small amount of courage to become a lancer. Now, in general terms, courage is the strength to do something which one finds unnerving. However, a lancer's notion of courage is not so simple. Having first drawn a distinction between courage and recklessness, he then divides the former into two aspects. I would have you learn each with spear in hand. The first is composure. When outnumbered in battle, a lancer may lose his composure and succumb to panic. Should this happen, all of his training will swiftly flee his mind, and he will struggle to overcome his opponents, whom he would ordinarily have bested with ease. He will, in short, contribute to his own defeat. If you wish to become a lancer in sooth, you must learn to maintain your composure at all times. Do this, and you will be able to call upon every ounce of your strength and skill when it matters the most. And so, to your first task. The riverbanks of the Central Shroud are home to vilekin known as Yarzons. Fiercely territorial, the creatures will attack anyone who strays too close, making them the bane of fisherfolk. They typically fall upon their prey en masse, barring all avenues of escape before closing in for the kill. What must go through the mind of their victim in that instant? Panic? Despair? Be sure to tell me upon your return. Needless to say, I would have you brave such an encounter. Take the sack of decidedly noisome bait, and use it to lure the ever-ravenous creatures out of their nest. It may be that only one curious Yarzon appears, but what if 2 or 3 follow the scent? Let us see how you fare then. Now, go, my young lancer, and learn what it means to fight with composure. Okay. Which riverbank do they want me on? Central Shroud, okay. Izuki. Yeah, I could do this one. I can do this one. Alright, where's the next one? There we go. Let's see. How many of these things can I get through before this fate ends? Come on, where's the next one there? Okay, we got it. Once again, it's little wins, but it's something. And with that... Oh look, hunting log! Because these guys are going to get involved in the fight. And next one. Easy. Why? Because it's low level. Okay, what fate is this now? Oh look, more hunting log! Right in my lap. Come on. There's always one that goes around this side, huh? You should be amongst the last. Yep, okay. That was that one. Awesome. Unexpected, but we will take it. We'll take it. We're right near the gate, so I'm not going to bother taking a ride now. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's see. Lance's Guild, let's go. Welcome back, Raptor, and well done. I trust you now understand that in times of direst need, no amount of strength or skill with the spear will avail the Lancer who lacks composure. You are now ready to learn the second aspect of a Lancer's courage: resolve. When faced with a terrible foe, a Lancer may succumb to fear and self-doubt. Should this happen, he will become defensive, and in seeking to cover his weakness, surrender his greatest strength, namely his capacity to attack. A Lancer who fears to attack is naught but a man holding a pole. His spear may as well be a broomstick for all the good it would do him. It is not, and will never be, a shield. That you may learn the truth of my words firsthand, I bid you go to the central shroud, to an area adjoining the abandoned dungeon known as the Spirit Hold. Since the calamity, the neck of the Twelves Wood has become a veritable menagerie of fearsome fauna. There you will find 3 collapsed pillars, which have become the haunt for foul creatures. You are to put them down. What manner of fiends can you expect to encounter? To reveal that would be to defeat the point of the lesson, my young Lancer. I will only say this. If you face these foes with a Lancer's resolve, you will surely emerge the victor. Once you have completed the trial, pray report to Gillian at the entrance hall. She has grasped the 2 aspects of courage, albeit with some trouble, though I doubt you will encounter the same difficulties. Her struggle has furnished her with certain insights, which I think you would benefit from hearing. A Lancer learns best when he is doing, aye, but the wisdom of his seniors is not entirely without worth. Go now, and do as I bid you. Okay. But that was a hydrate, so everyone. Acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and have a sip. I'm gonna finish my tea. Okay, then. We do the thing. This is Central Shroud, he said. And on we go. Hello there. One. Two. And... Come on. There we go. That was straightforward. And back we go. Okay. Back again. We should catch up with MSQ for this or for this class soon enough. Like, we should catch up pretty quickly. I've been expecting you, Raptor. By your return, I trust you now understand the importance of resolve. Like one's flesh, courage can be made strong. It's a matter of training each of its aspects. Now, the endeavor may prove difficult in the beginning, gods know how much I struggled, but you may suffer untold humiliation and more frustration than you can bear. But you must persevere. Whenever you engage an opponent, whether in training or in earnest, make a conscious effort to fight with composure and resolve. Over time, doing so will become second nature, and you will acquire such courage as you never thought could be yours. Mind you, not all battles entail a physical clash of might. It could simply be a disagreement born of conflict in ideology. The point is, it matters not what battlefield you stand upon. So long as you take care to be composed and resolute, your courage will grow. Did that make any sense? Even a little? Fear I cannot hold a candle to Guildmaster Iwin, but if there's aught I can do to assist in your training... What was that? Something afoot in the training area. Uh-oh. Plot! Dun dun dun. And you call yourselves lancers. Pathetic. You are next, Guildmaster. Arm yourself and face me. Refuse, and all will know that you are no true lancer. Say what you will. I'm above provocation. Craven to the last man. Ah, but what have we here? Wait, he is but a novice. That makes no odds to me. You yourself admitted him to your ranks, did you not? Oof. Very well. I shall withdraw. For now. Yet know that only the fearless are fit to wear the mantle of Lancer. I look forward to measuring your worth in the days to come. The arrogance! There is naught more to see. Return to your drills. Raptor, you made no attempt to evade that thrust. Did your opponent so unnerve you as to deprive you of your senses? Huh, that's of little consequence now. You need pay no further heed to our uninvited guest. Lest you wonder, it is not uncommon for challengers to come pounding on our door seeking to test their mettle. For now, dedicate yourself to tempering the two aspects of courage, the composure to bring the sum of your strength, and the skill to bear against your foes, and the resolve to attack when the fear would stay your hand, as befits a lancer. When next we meet, I shall have another trial for you. One that'll put your courage to the test. Until then, continue to apply yourself to your training. Farewell, Raptor. It's level 5. But I've got a lot of battle classes still to pick up, so I guess it's worth maybe. Or is it? You know what? It's not. Let's just get the elegant pieces. It's not worth it. Let's just get for the elegant. Okay. Tiny little bit of experience shy. He's okay. He's okay. What I am going to do is I'm just going to change out the weapon. Update. Let's go North Shroud. No, keep going into the wrong little crook here. Okay, hunting log. Almost got it. Hunting log sorted. Let's head back. That's all we needed. Nearly there. Ah, Raptor. I swear you've gained an ilm around the arm since we last spoke. It's plain you've not been idle. In our previous lesson, you learned the Lance's definition of courage and how you might go about tempering its two aspects. Today, we'll find out if your efforts have borne fruit. I see you've come prepared for battle. That is well. Your next trial will place you in the midst of a throng of enemies. In such a situation, one may be attacked from any direction, making it difficult to respond appropriately. Furthermore, the likelihood of being surrounded is high. Will your resolve bear the weight of uncertainty? Will your composure hold when the odds are stacked against you? We shall soon find out. Should you overcome this trial, what courage you already possess will be further tempered. Now heed me well, for this is what you must do. I would have you travel to Naked Rock, where the Annals claim dominion. At the summit of the rock is a sacred artifact, the Stone of Courage. You must claim it and bring it to me. If you're to reach your destination, you will need to negotiate a path through a whole pack of flesh-eating scalekin. Make no mistake, the creatures are intimidating foes. To stride into the midst of so many would ask much of any lancer's courage. But given time and no small amount of perseverance, I am confident you will prove equal to the task. And that is where? Central. Okay. Oh. Hunting log. Hello there. And there's where I need to be. Do I have any food on me? I don't think I do. Ingredients, yes. Actual cooked meals, no. Huh. Okay. Okay. And careful. And swift. Come on. Okay. only get my mouse to behave. Please and thank you. Almost got it. Almost got it. There we go. Congratulations. You've obtained that false stone of courage. Aye, you heard me right. False. What does that say about your courage, I wonder? Ah, but where are my manners? My name is Fox. We had the pleasure of meeting at the Lancers Guild, if you recall. On that occasion I turned my weapon upon you, and you betrayed not a hint of fear. It was in that instant I sensed you were unlike the others, that you had promise. And so, to the present. In its current state, the trial in which you are engaged, if trial it may be called, makes a mockery of the Lancer's art. Needless to say, it cannot be tolerated. And so I have taken the liberty of moving the Stone of Courage to a more suitable location. It now resides in the depths of Spirithold, under the guard of fell fiends. A far more fitting challenge, as I am sure you will agree. Whether or not you attempt to retrieve the stone is for you to decide. If you fear for your safety, I suggest you run back to the guild and bemoan the world's frightfulness to the many brave souls who cower there. Iwin will doubtless consider it a supremely courageous act. Yet know that a lancer may forge true courage only in the midst of great danger. Yena. Let's go. That's not where I want to be. That's not where I want to be. And there we go. Let that one be swiftly dealt with. As with you. Really? Ugh. Let's just go. Okay. This is not the door I was looking for. That'll do. Come on. Grab that. And you know what? I'm gonna summon Harrier. And let's do this. Let's deal with this guy. Yeah? Let's draw you out into the open a little bit, yeah? Oh no, you're not one to follow because you use ranged attacks. Come on. Okay, you guys are getting in the way. Ah, fine. Let's ignore that just happened. I tried. But anyway. At least in starter gear, no one will think twice of an EP character having to resurrect. Right? Right. Let's just go back. Nobody tell Ewan. It sucks that it was just stuck up against the wall because one's maneuverability was completely limited. This is indeed the stone, though it is in rather worse condition than when I last saw it. What happened to Naked Rock? The Lancer who but recently threatened you moved the stone to Spirit Hold? Not content with trespass and slander, the brazen fool now meddles without training. Seven hells, this is not to be borne. Listen well, Raptor. Though I do not doubt you know better, my duty as a guildmaster compels me to state the obvious. Heed not that man's words. That a lancer's courage can only be forged in the midst of great danger is vainglorious tripe. As you have already learned, a lancer's courage is the product of composure and resolve. Be under no misapprehension. Watchfully navigating the Annals territory served to temper your courage in a manner that blindly braving the terrors of Spirit Hold did not. As you continue your training, pray keep the lesson of this trial close to your heart. Okay. So, nah. Things are definitely slower at this point. Let's just see. Gear-wise, not much I can do. What I can do is just change up the weapon. Interesting. Okay. Let me think very carefully for a moment here. Move second wind up. Okay. I think, methinks. A visit to the independent culinarian is in order. Okay. Okay. Food will not go to waste. Inventory. Drop that there. Let's see. I want to just poke around here for a little bit because I feel like there's something nearby that is marginally useful potentially. Before taking into consideration the hunting log, but which we might as well get right anyway. Okay. I vaguely recall there being something around here somewhere. That would be somewhat useful. This ain't it. I think it's an instance. What I'm thinking of, I think it's an instance. Okay. Wait. Come on, you telling me? You know what, let's just beat up some Ixal. Cross the bridge. Wait. Level 25 is maybe a bit steep. 25 is maybe a bit steep. Let's see. Yeah, I'm dabbling too close to unsafe levels now, but you know what? Wow. One shot. Okay. That was my own poor decision making. That was my own poor decision making. Hmm. Let's rather just go Central Shroud. For a while still. And go hunting log, hence let's see. Green tier, jadeite. Hard to port. There we go. Okay, that's those. Green tier. Through the tunnel into starboard. Okay. And you also only 3. Okay. What else? What else? What else? Bent branch. Ah, yes, I was just there. Come on, let me just get up, please. There we go. Now I need to keep my eyes peeled for what I'm looking for is diamites, I believe. Yes. There we go. Just filling out the hunting log a little bit. Okay. Now East Shroud. I think I'm just going to fill out this last hunting log entry and then I'm going to call it a day. I think I'm just going to fill out this last hunting log entry and then I'm going to call it a day. I'm looking for a tree slug. The honey yard. Last one. Come on. Okay. Whew. There we go. There we go. I am happy. I am happy. So, I'm just gonna mount up. I think we have definitely done some stuff. I feel like with today's efforts, as far as voicing goes, it was a much more casual session. But at the end of the day, I also feel like sometimes having a slightly more casual session isn't that bad. I just need to quickly handle something. Sorted. That was just a little emergency. It needed to be dealt with before felines got in trouble. Okay. Yeah, we managed to get some more casual stuff done today. I did not have leveling lance on my cards when we started, but surprisingly, we actually progressed quite an amount. Both starting out the warrior quest line, starting the lancer quest line, starting the botanist quest line. We actually managed quite a bit today. Even that being taken fairly slowly, and without doing any side questing yet. So, yeah, we've still got quite a ways to go before we'll be able to continue MSQ if we're going to do it with the Lancer class. But methinks that it's not too bad. It's not too bad. I will yet decide for myself whether I prefer one playstyle or the other for main progressing. But there's still so much that I've got to try. I'm not really feeling much of a pull towards the healing classes, but that's because I just know that requires a huge amount of attention to do well. But yeah. Maybe I'll do NPC relates or NPC duties on the healer classes to level those up. I think maybe. When I eventually get there. But I think I think I actually might be doing myself a dumb. Pausing the progress on the warrior class. Now that I think about it. Even without MSQ catching up. Yeah, I think if I just hold station on MSQ, maybe. Put the blinkers on the other classes. Really focus on getting warrior as far as I can get it. Getting it through all of its class quests. Will she? I forget how many levels it usually goes in a class quest cycle. Okay. Right. So that is then hunting log. Okay. Where am I in terms of twin adder stuff? Thanolin, 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 East Shroud. Okay. That's soaps. That's soaps. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Sorrowhaven. Okay. So let's go Central Shroud then quickly, I think. I'm well, I've still got 5 minutes. Well, I've still got 5 minutes. Let's take it and make it useful. Come on. Okay. Oh man, it's all the way on the opposite side. Can we get there before my EXP bonus goes away? And that's hydrate, so everyone. Buy your nearest safe consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. It's up the tree. Right. All the high level stuff is up the tree. Okay, and I'm looking for... I'm looking for... 3 minutes left on the clock. In order. Floating eye and toadstool. That's gonna be this way. That's gonna be this way. Not quite that one. Next one over. Come on. And let's do the same, right? That's one. Here we go. Another floating eye. Let's grab one of you. Here we go. There we go. 4. So you also gonna go added to the list. 50 seconds left before my bonus goes away. No. Okay. Toadstool. Where are we going to find toadstools? I'm not going to find those in time. I don't think. Yeah, the sun. Paralysis. Madness. Where? Toadstools are going to be this side. Toadstool's going to be this side. Somewhere here-ish. Around the Ziz. If I remember correctly. There they are. Okay. But okay, yeah. I'm gonna leave this here for today. I think... No. Okay. One more toadstool. One more toadstool and then that entry is also done. One more toadstool and then that entry is also done. Of course, I would summon 2 of them. Well, free experience and materials, right? Okay. But there we go. Now I'm calling it. Now I'm calling it. Thank you guys so much for today. It was a chill day. Um, and we managed to ease our way through a couple of different things in game, which is kind of nice. There is no stream tomorrow, courtesy of it being my mum's birthday. So I'm making myself available for that. And I will, in all likelihood, see you on Sunday. In all likelihood. So with that, I'm going to love and leave you guys. Rest well when you get to it. I'm gonna try and get some actual rest in these next few days as well. See if I can get the sun to stop complaining at me. Although I foresee myself doing a lot of export copy paste work, so I don't know how much actual rest is gonna happen, but it's in the guide for travels we'll see. It all depends on what happens socially surrounding the birthdays. Because basically it's birthday, wedding anniversary, birthday between my parents in like a span of a week. So 25th, 29th, 1st. Yeah, it's all on top of each other. So it's gonna be a little bit of an interesting one. Going through the next couple of days, but we'll see how things pan out. And I hope that you guys have fun, rest up, be productive in the meantime, plan your projects that we're going to be working on. I'm going to see if I can brush up on a couple of tutorials that'll help me be ready to continue work on Harrier 2.0 again. I dived very, very briefly into Plane Shape Madness. Basically just paid attention to where in the process I am with Harrier 3D. Earlier today, before starting working on rigging things on Teo's model again. Um, so yeah, wild times, wild times. Um, yeah, I hope that you guys have fun. Rest well when you get to it, and I will see you next time. Probably on Sunday. Cheery bye, everyone.